Now, listen to these jolly jams. That is, if you're listening to this live, because the VOD is completely devoid of tunes, lol. Hi, everybody. Welcome in, everyone so far. Ender, Blue, Sploot, Ben, Rene, Conquer. Hi. Alive, that's, well, I was gonna say that's right, but, you know, debatable. You don't know. However, will you know? How could you possibly know I am alive or not? For all you know, I may be a reanimated corpse. In between alive and dead. If only we could find out by redeeming a cat picture right now. If only! If only. But how will that prove anything? I say, I know I was quiet for a good while there. It's because I was plugging in my phone for the face tracking, because I am good before I did that. Hee hee, hoo hoo. I am a streamer who's been streaming for a while. Certainly I don't forget such things. Is this way you reveal yourself to be an AI construct? I would be a very advanced AI construct. I'd be a very... I was about to call myself funny, but that's a little... I say as I laugh. Gosh. Hitman neck snap? Oh god. Say goodbye to your neck. And hi Corey, welcome in. Lacking in 5k. Quick, how many fingers does a hand have? Depends. Do you include the thumb as a finger, or do you see that as a thumb? Because some people don't count the thumb as a finger. You only have enough for 4/5 cat picture? Sucks. The ball hands, that's right. Can't have fucked up AI rendered hands if the hands are by default looking like little orbs. Haha. How many R's in strawberry? Well, the one what you spelled it, that's 4, so. You got some funny bones for sure. You mean it? Oh. Good job, you saw through the trick. Yes, because I'm a smart. Sometimes. But most of the times, I'm stupid. For your entertainment. How many R's in banana? None. Except the only R in there is in your sentence, so. There's also no S's in your banana. Advanced. Advanced no leg. So, something happened off stream. Follower goal was hit, lol. Which means it's time for a giveaway, but I'm gonna hold off until a couple more people are in. But I will already in advance set the new goal to 2400. There we go. Hey Tal, just got out of work, welcome. Hope you're having a good one. Hope everybody had a good weekend, a good Sunday. Surely no cat is average, they are all exceptional despite the problems that cause statisticians. Yeah, well, that's a statistician's problem and none of mine. How many hairs on the average cat? Yes. The yes amount. The number changes as you pet them, though. Anywho, what if we did a little switcheroo? Hi. All over your couch, all over my couch, all over my bed, all over my floor, all over me and my clothes. No surface is safe once you have a little creature in your vicinity. You did a 2-day miniature painting course and learned so much. Ooh, I'm so tired now I can barely focus on work. Fucking cool though. Miniature painting, hell yeah. Did they tell you to dilute your paints? Based on the rate of shedding, they should all be hairless. No computer is safe. Oh no. Yeah, I mean, I look inside, like I see one of the sides of my PC case is see-through, it's glass. And it's the one facing me as I'm looking to my right now. I have a can of pressured air somewhere that I should put to use. Because there's some dust bunnies in there. Listen, I'm just scared of opening up the thing and taking it off the desk and taking it outside on the balcony and just like, oh god, I hope I don't fuck up the fans. Like, I'll hold my finger in place so like they don't start spinning as I use the canister, but man. It's fine, it runs. The only quirk on my computer is the fucking graphics card sometimes not being detected upon starting up, so that's fun. They did? Hell yeah. Diluting paint. That's the one thing I know about miniature painting. Yeah, I managed to steal an answer and also get it wrong because AI is stupid. Yeah. AI is a yes man. Essentially. Oh, hello. Mishka? Suddenly heard like a little wheeze. Creature. Also learning on skin tones and face structure and non-metallic metals. Yes, there's apparently between 60,000 and 120,000 hairs per inch on a cat. But AI just answered between 60,000 and 120,000 without the per inch bit. Yeah. Yeah. Going to be a cube of cat hair. I've brushed off a lot of hair off of the Mishka. Just some screwdriver work. You were a strong, independent woman. Yeah, but if I damage my pooder and I'm stupid. Also, I use that thing all day. Mean. Average cat size, 1 inch long. That's a small kitty. That's a small little kitty creature. Also, I forgot to try and figure out why my closed captions aren't working in OBS. Maybe I should do a quick little Google search right now so I have the tab open and I can be reminded of trying to figure it out after. OBS, CC, not working. Plugin. How to add? Yeah, I fucking... Those captions not working. Probably depends on what you're using. Some work on mobile and some don't. No. Caption source is what it should be. Maybe I need to reinstall the plugin. Let's second this. I've been using this plugin for a long time, but as of 2 weeks, it stopped sending captions to my VODs. Look at the CC button for live. I'm set to turn on the captions experimental plugin on OBS. the cloud captioning plugin myself. I'm just reading my captions, so like in the preview caption. Exactly right, the captions appear both in the preview and the caption doc with this open. When did this stop working? I think it stopped working like sometime Monday last week. Surely the only thing I installed in between those two streams has been a VPN. Surely the VPN is not interfering with anything. That'd be dumb. That's so far the only thing I can think of right now. Feels like it nervous around the inside of your PC? Yeah, because it's fucking expensive fucking ass components. Like, my graphics card was like a third of my entire PC build in terms of cost. It's insane. More that I don't want to break anything. Exactly! You get it. You get me. At least you won't die like with the electricity panel. Yeah, I'm not gonna fuck around with that. Personally. I've yet to learn to install a light. Even so much as static electricity could mess something up. Uh-huh. I don't know why I'm tidying this up. I haven't drawn all day. I haven't drawn anything. I was very late to get to the gym this morning because it's the split that I dread the most. It always gives me so much soreness. Caution is understandable, though it's metal and wires. It's more severe than your fleshy hands. Mr. I once got my finger on some RAM. Oh. Sacrifice. Blood sacrifice for the RAM. PC is a vampire? Oh my gosh. But yeah, today I'm gonna be working some more on Taw's commission. Probably get a sort of polished sketch looking before the end of it. And by it, I mean the stream. And then I'm gonna try some thumbnails for the next commission, so I can let this one settle, and then we'll look at it again on Wednesday. See if anything needs any changes and fixings. And if not, we move on to coloring and done. Cat grill approved. Yay. The machine god just hungers. It does no longer care for electricity. It craves a new source of power. And unfortunately for us, the source of power that it craves is organic. trying to remember, like, oh yeah, right, anatomy. I know it a little bit. Gotta remember. Traps exist. So that's like this chunk, right? Humanity is dead, blood is fuel. Oh my god. Code vein. Which, that sequel that was revealed not that long ago, a little while ago? That looked pretty tight, I'm not gonna lie. Never played the first one though, so I should probably look into it if I'm deciding on wanting to give Code Vein 2 a go. I do know that the first Code Vein has like fan servicey stuff that I'm less enthused about. For the moment, I understood the weakness of my flesh. It disgusted me. Ew, weaker. Off stream, I already shrunk the character's head a little bit because I was thinking to myself off stream, like, I think I probably drew the head a little bit sizable, which is a pretty common thing for me to do in the early phases of drawing and doodling pieces. Just draw the head way bigger proportionally. Any tunes at all? There we go. Very quiet. What if I just skip this? I need more interesting jams, please. Thank you. A million 40k nerds just felt a disturbance in the force. Oh no, is there Warhammer references going on? I've never played or looked into Warhammer. I've seen some miniatures being sold in shops and saw the price tags. And that's where I knew it was probably not going to be a hobby of mine. Good thing lore's free. And I also know the lore of Warhammer 40k is a lot. Hi, Aperjerk. Welcome in. I think that arm is a little bit too far. in that direction. I feel like I haven't drawn a sizable décollagé in a while. I was like, wait, how do I do this again? Drone cat ghouls, yeah. Commission for someone. They wanted me to draw their character and like, alright. Like that pose, a little nya pose. C cup for cat. I think this is more than a C cup. Believe you me. It may be closer to F for feline. Is it? If I were to judge from this reference here, I would not consider this a C cup. I think this is bigger. This is like D or E. Minimum. Because I am part of the itty bitty committee, and depending on certain bras, it fucking. Here's a cool spoiler. Bra shopping, when you have the parts for that require society, that where society tells you require to wear a bra, yeah, it's annoying. It's a pain in the ass. It really depends on the type of bra that you get, what kind of size you need to look for. As a part of itty bitty committee, some bras for me are C. And I don't have that much. I have no back pain, shall we? Let's just keep it at that. Does the cup size go based on ratio between ribcage circumference and circumference around the boobs? Not all C cups are the same? Yeah. Like, in Europe, or at least in the Netherlands, we do it like 75C, and then you go, I think you also have like 70 and 80, 85, I can write, all the way up to 90. I don't know if it goes beyond 90. But yeah, and 75C and 80C are very different. Because this is for the circumference around your ribcage. And this is the actual cup. So for some bras, I've been a 75C. For others, I can be an 80B. Depending on a lot of different factors. Including but not limited to brands. Where you buy your bras. I like to get mine at a shop where in the fitting rooms there's a doorbell or just a bell with which to summon someone who works in the store, and you can be like, hey, let me just double check with you if this fits properly. Because sometimes I'm like on the fence, like, is this okay? I want support. I want comfort. Hyper 150cc mode? Oh my god. That's a lot of circumference. Yeah, letters are not standardized. Yeah, it really depends on where you get your bras and the type of bra. Or what size you should go for. Happy to report the cranberry cookies are delicious. Ooh. I'm jealous. I ended up caving into yummy food on Saturday after stream. I ended up not cooking dinner. Instead, I made a fuck ton of popcorn. So, oops. I have learned the hard way that I need some sort of treat at least once a week, even while on the cut, in order to curb cravings. And popcorn isn't even, like, super duper bad, relatively speaking, in terms of, like, unhealthier food choices. Chuck's cookies to your general location? No! That's food waste! They don't fit. Also, human-sized pockets for women's clothing. No, but Ender, don't you get it? How else will we buy bags? Why else will we buy bags if we have pocket in clothing? I'm a guy and I have a bag too. Yeah, because not all pockets can store like everything you need to take with you on the go. You're going out for a walk and you want a bottle of water with you? It's not gonna probably fit in your pocket, now will it? Gotta pull out the bag. Particularly long day out and about, may as well bring a power bank. Some tissues. If you wear glasses, a little cloth to wipe your glasses with. I am revealing the kind of shit I bring with me. If you want to draw on the go, a little sketchbook. My female artist friend is laughing her butt off at the F-cup situation and then said, I told you, uh-huh! Yeah, this is Nazi. Absolutely not. I also think I drew them a bit smaller than they are in the design. Thankfully, with the power of select and transform. Kitty titties. Reject bags, embrace pockets. I would if I had any pockets. I currently on the clothes that I'm wearing right now, not a single pocket. I am wearing a skirt, which is even rarer to have pockets. Great day in the morning. How are we today? Hi, Sonny. Morning to you too. I'm doing all right. I was teaching the dudes in chat just now about cup sizes. I sneezed and I muted. Ha! Uh-oh, yeah. It's like the reality of like, no, what you're looking at right now, that's not that cup size, that's more like this cup size. And it's a very fun time trying to figure out what your cup size is when you have the anatomy where society is like, you should wear a bra. Based off personal experience. Also, fun fact, most of the time, the two of them are not the exact same size, yeah. And I do mean, like, and Ezra also means most of the time. Dare I say, like, 98% would be my guess. Maybe even 99. Gotta do groceries? Have a good grocery. I start bringing up male anatomy fun facts, but that would probably start getting crows. Yeah. I feel like I'm already walking a fine line by talking about this topic on stream. I'll be shocked to see you matching set, yeah. These proofs are fun to talk about, god. Have fun clipping this for TikTok. I don't think I will! It's educational? Sure! Yeah, let's use the educational excuse like YouTube does. Is that still a thing on YouTube where there's these girlies making their income by doing educational videos on how to clean? Like, you know, just cleaning in your living space. So like how to dust, how to vacuum. And as they demonstrate how to do that, they are minimally clad, shall we say. And they label it as educational so they can be like, no, it's educational, smiley face. A very interesting hustle. Uh-oh, yeah. Granted, when I learned about this, that was years ago. So I don't know how much of a thing that is still to this day, like how meta that all is. And this was an education video, you say? Yeah, so they quote-unquote taught you how to do cleaning, which the information was super basic, so you just wipe the cloth and see, there's the dust, so nothing groundbreaking. But the outfits that they were in those demonstrative videos were, well... Because if you love dusting, I hate dusting, as you can tell, or I can tell, by looking in my PC case and just like, yeah. You'd be surprised how many people don't know basic cleaning skills. Yeah. But this was like barely basic. And not in all, like, it's the whole thing of like, you'll see it when you know it when you see it. There's very much that going on. Hi there, fella. The dot eyes on your... the dots on your eyes get squished when you talk. That's some detail? Yeah! I got little squints. I got a little white layer at the bottom of my pupils where... sometimes, at least. Get a little closer. Just make it a little bit more friendly, and smiling with the eyes is important. For a pleasant-looking, smiling face. Otherwise it is... I'm like trying so hard not to smile with my eyes right now. It's just a different vibe. Immediately. Welcome in, Red Fella. Fortunately, some of us men need basic knowledge and have naked lady teaching it to maintain focus. Uh-huh. Well, now that you know that it exists and you are such a person, have fun. Learn something today, get that knowledge, take that! Brain cells. Some new information for you to occupy and hold on to for dear life. Hopefully. Ouch, it burns. No! The brain cell! It's overcapacity! Ah! You are not one of those people? Alright. Morning, Anesta, welcome in. I'm trying to find it for research, since I've never heard of it before, but I must see if it's true. It is very much true. There was a YouTuber I used to check out every once in a while who covered those kinds of videos. And also the whole, like, yep, I know it when I see it. Man's knowledge grant his eyes. Oh, I saw this fucking sick-ass art of a Bloodborne thing the other day. Hang on, I think I saved it in my likes on Blue Sky. Gods, please. Let it be in here. Oh, yes, found it. Gonna link it. And then we're gonna copy image. Fucking... Bro, this shit's fucking banger. The eyes in the brain, yeah! This shit's so fucking cool, dude. A little gory, but you know, it's Bloodborne. A certified FromSoft classic. Oh, based on the pause, I thought you were gonna say I saw this sick ass. Oh my god, who did this? I linked it in chat. Go check it out. You know what? I'm gonna... Hang on, what? Here it is again. Oh, your brain cell. Oh no! That's some pretty cool art. Mm-hmm. I agree. I think I might have given this a bit too much mass. I just always personally notice how, like, squishy the bottom of the lower arm gets when you, like, shorten your arm like that, when you flex like that. I've forgotten which ulna and which one goes where in terms of arm anatomy. Let's open up my own studies again. Yay! Ulna is attached to the pinky and radial is attached to the thumb. So that still doesn't help me. So this would be the ulna, because this is where the pinky is. don't know if they're neutral or slightly twisted. Does it really matter? Does it really matter? Not too much, I don't think. The way arm bones twist freaks me out to think about it. What do you mean? They cross over each other? Yeah. Bendy bones. As permitted by your joints. Specifically, the twisting is made available by your wrist. Elbow is just... I forget the type of name joint. Like, every type of joint has a different name. You got your ball joint, I think is what they call this one. On the elbow. Like, school as hell, but that's, like, scary. But, like, that's scary. It's not scary. Or at least I don't think it is. Ball socket and hinge? Yeah. Elbow is a hinge. There we go. That was the word I was looking for. You should imagine what happens with my leg since I can twist it backwards and walk on it. Oh, you're one of those people. Like what Markiplier is able to do? Because he's able to, like, really rotate his legs. Hey, see a doctor? He's just very flexible, lol. Be awesome at ballet? Oh, you say that. What would chairs look like if your knees bent the other way? Would you even be able to sit, is the question? So, like, your feet would go up? As opposed to down when sitting down? That's a question you should consider it for your book. Huh. Now, how is that relevant to your book, Sonny? Pitch it. Come on, pitch us your book. Right now. Not to put you on the spot or anything, lol. You survived Ear Doctor? Hello! Congrats on surviving Ear Doctor, I had no idea you had to go there. Is everything okay? Well, okay, give me a second. Haha, put you on the spot. Oh yeah, it just turns out sleeping on one side for 20 years fills that side up with wax thanks to gravity. Ooh. Yeah, keeping your ears clean is surprisingly challenging sometimes. Which, hey, here's the default tip. Don't use Q-tips for your ears. You're just pushing it all back in. Yeah, no Q-tips. You use $20 doctor. I've had to have my ears clean out a couple times. Like, there's too much buildup and I can't get rid of it safely. Help. Oh yeah, I took a photo of myself posing. I can just copy the hands, haha. The way my reference, I can't. Like my reference is looking the right way. Thumb is here, like the balls of thumb. Thumb itself, like going all the way here. Actually, ballet is pretty difficult, especially point or point. It can permanently damage your feet. My sister did it. Yeah, one thing I know about ballet, other than it being fucking hard, is no, you probably shouldn't wear those ballet shoes if you don't know how to properly bind them to your feet. I don't think they magically allow you to do a shit ton of fancy ballet moves, even if you have bound them properly to your feet. If you have no prior experience. Which was a warning I remember seeing during the Steven Universe days, because some cosplayers who wanted to cosplay Pearl wanted to put those kind of shoes on for their cosplays, and some people were like, "Yo, hey, maybe if you value your feet, don't." Simply do not. But immediately as he was done, he was like, "All right, time for a hearing test." And I'm like, "No thanks, I hear just fine." He's like, "Well, but I need a test. You came in here with a loss of hearing." I'm like, "Yeah, well, now I hear you again." He's like, "Okay, we're done here then." Yeah. It was still $200 on hearing test. Yep. Can confirm that a hearing test is not free. When I got my first signs of tinnitus out of the fucking blue, I also went for a hearing test, and it's like, "Yeah, no, it's fine. You just have cool ringing in your ears permanently now. It'll be $200, please." Oh, God. Thank you, insurance, for not covering my ass. I prefer using my lunch money on Twitch streamers. That's cool. I prefer using my lunch money on lunch. Yeah, points pronounced point. Point shoes have the box-shaped toe that make you able to stand on your toes. But the force of gravity pushing your toes into the box, especially before your body finishes growing, can cause permanent damage. Imagine doing funky stuff with your feet. Questionable, actually. I just think this is just a bit too big. Like with a can of Korean onion cheese chips. Oh, that sounds good. You had a free hearing test when I had an eye test years back. I'd not even looked into how much it would cost otherwise. Yeah, I hadn't either. And then I got the bill and I was like, oh, I should have looked into this. Oh dear. Oh heck. Super cool. This can will not survive the night. The cans are safe when I'm nearby, for I just simply do not perceive. Now you're hungry, you gotta get a meal. Have a good meal. A free hearing test when they tried drafting me for military, and the test yielded perfect results. Alright. Yeah, my hearing was fine from what I recall from the results. It's like, yep, you just got a little beep in it. Okay, hopefully this will work less than 500 characters. Oh, here comes Sonny's book pitch. I mean, I did ask for it, so. Brace for impact. Uh-huh. First impact. Screwed it up. Need to edit real quick. Teasing us. Wasn't Third Impact a movie? When I think Third Impact, I think of Evangelion. First, second, and third impact. That's gotta be it. It might also be a movie. One of those disaster movies. With my fucking nerves, I just sometimes lose some hearing sensitivity. But when it's stable, I ace the hearing test. Cover your neck, kids. Don't freeze nerves there. Ooh. Split it in two. Alright, here we go. No, wait, ads are starting soon. Never mind. We're not gonna go just yet, lol. I reached for my mouse to hit snooze on them, but there was like 1 second remaining, so too late. Too late to hit snooze. The teasing continues. Through no fault of my own. We can and will blame Twitch for this one. Especially with how generous it will always say ads starting soon. As opposed to, you know, starting as soon as the countdown hits 0. There we go. That gives me a bit of time to draw this other hand. What if... And reveal. I wanted to grab it and rotate it a little bit. Hi, Herb. Welcome in. I swear it went from summer weather to me freezing my nips off in 1 week. That's one way of a hell way to put it, but yeah. It was warm yesterday for me. It was like 27 degrees Celsius. And as a result, it's warm in my apartment right now. Even though it's like 6 degrees cooler Celsius. Welcome autumn. Mm-hmm. Autumn in this millennium. You got the same damn ad twice. How many McDonald's? Because they have a fucking insane grip on number of ads on Twitch in the Netherlands right now. They've got like 3 or 4 different variations of McDonald ads. I want the dang fragrance sponsored by the guy who played Spider-Man. Yeah. Yeah, that one. It's 41 degrees Fahrenheit this morning. Oh. Heard from American everywhere else, that's 5 degrees Celsius. Yeah. That's a little chilly. I was born in Texas. You're not built for this weather. Uh-oh. Right, ads are over, so I can read Sonny's summary of his book. Fast and Furious follows a boy in 2001 named Mark Connor, a 13-year-old who daydreams about being a great knight a little too much, to the point where it gets him in deep trouble with adults and bullies. Perhaps they wouldn't bully him if they lived in King Arthur's day and saw how much of a great knight he'd be. After confronting 2 of his bullies, he hides in a cave to escape their pursuit. He follows the light on the other end of the cave and finds himself in a place where, off in the distance, where dragons were and flying machines. Now, Mark must protect this land from an evil influence that creeped in, seeking to control the flow of time itself. Ooh. A little bit of an isekai. My god, it's an isekai. It does sound like one. At first glance. At least the character doesn't die in order to get to this other world, from what we know. More Narnia, yeah. Am I the only one who finds that a bit of a worrying trend? With the isekais that are at an all-time high in popularity in the last few years. Like, I get wanting to, like, enjoying stories of what if arrive in other world, but why do so many of them start with the character dying? Through a variety of ways? And also, why does it have to always be, like, teleported into a different realm? Why can't it just start off in the realm? It's escapism, but yeah, that part is, yeah, I get the escapism. I get a little worried about the means of how they get isekai, usually. It gives Dante's Divine Comedy might count. I am unfamiliar with this title. For I am an uncultured swine. So yeah, the chair comment I made earlier is because there are people with hoofed feet. Huh. The whole trend of isekais are more of an escape of a world that is incredibly depressing. Japanese audiences are incredibly depressed and quietly hope that Buddhism is real and that their toils through hardship make them reincarnate into something better. Or someone better. I guess, but it's... I might be overthinking it. Also, that is quite the generalization, which is also kind of, it's a dangerous subject matter, maybe, to talk about. Telling poetry from the 1300s, still was aware of Dante's Inferno, but not Divine Comedy. Yeah, I've also never heard of Divine Comedy. I gush about my story all day. So far, everyone's favorite character is Papa J, the guy who runs the orphanage for kids who show up and need a place to stay until they adapt. Aww. I mean, I too enjoy those kinds of characters. Just good and kind characters, yes. Inferno's the first chapter, and also PS3 game, which is the only reason I know of it. Yeah, I know of the PS3 game. I think I played the demo for it way back in the day. But it didn't spark enough of an interest in me to get the whole thing. Divine Comedy is 3 books, Inferno's the first of 3. Gotcha. The game was neat and bold of them to assume it would make a trilogy. Ah. What else is new? Game devs assuming greatness out of their titles. It even needs Purgatorio at the end of the Inferno. Hey CJ, welcome in. Hope you're having a good one. Hi, Kieran. Welcome in. Hope you two are doing good. I think the best tidbit of a dev team assuming something is going to take off is when the Valve team making Portal 1 thought a random hoop would become a meme, and they placed it in a few places and in the ending. Absolutely no one paid attention to it and went for the companion cube. Yeah. Everyone loves the companion cube. Yeah, I do not recall any kind of hoop. Also, I think Valve only funded the development of Portal 1 when they saw the demo. At the time, it weren't necessarily Valve developers who made the game. Wasn't that the history of that one? They were just like, here, money. Make thing. Doing alright, got my usual fruits for lunch. Ooh, fruit. What kind of fruit? Hope peeps are doing good too. I'm doing alright personally. Just fixing some proportions on this thing. Still think this is a little short, this situation. The shoulders are wide. Transform mesh. In the sense that the shoulders are wide compared to the hips. Got me some grapes and strawberries and my last apple. And also soup. Ooh. Lots of fiber. And liquid. I've been enjoying eating an entire cucumber after dinner lately. I slice it up into little slices and I put them in a container where I will add a little bit of Himalayan salt, some pepper, and some paprika powder, and just a little bit of garlic powder. And then I close the lid and then I give it a good shake. And then bam, delicious, delicious cucumber. Damn, for a moment I thought you were just grabbing the whole cucumber and crunch. No. No, I have a little bit of fun with you know, seasoning. Hi Jess, how you doing? You shared some delicious looking foods in the food channel, I saw. Some zucchini bread, which I don't particularly like zucchini, but I'd be willing to try it in bread form. I want to like zucchini because it's like a super healthy thing. But man, if it don't got a particular flavor where I'm like, Hope art's going well. It's going alright, and Sarah, welcome in. Hope you're doing alright. Fixing proportions. I understand. Welcome to you as well. Zucchini is my favorite either, but I thought it would be good with the soup. Yeah. Dipping that in the tomato soup, which looks delicious. Thinking the whole thing? Thank you. I'm just pushing and pulling and constructioning. Where constructioning need to happen. I think I'm still doing it a little bit generously. Sometimes it's like, but stylization. And other times it's like, but anatomy rules. You're doing some curry cleanup? Ooh. The pink round boy. Actually, it may have been given her a bit too narrow of a waist. It's one thing to like push and pull poses into like fun directions, but I feel like I'm drawing her a couple sizes smaller than she is supposed to be. I also still think it needs to be a bit bigger. How far can you push before it gets into a wonk situation? You can push it pretty far. My timelines lately have been recommending me these videos by artist Jackie Droshko. I'm not quite sure how you pronounce her last name. I'm very sorry to Jackie. I have one of her Domestica courses, or her Domestica course that I haven't touched yet. But I do know her vibe and her style, I vibe very well with. I vibe well with her artistic choices. And sometimes she does draw videos for other people's art that they send themselves to have drawn over by her, either through her Patreon or rarely through like an Instagram comment, I think. So it's all people volunteer. They sign up to get their work critiqued by her. And she's just like, well, you can push this and this some more, and if you really wanted to sell like the scale of this character, it being an itty bitty character wearing like sewn clothes, you can make the textures of those fabrics extra large to extra sell the itty bitty size of this character. Like, think Ariete borrower size is something someone had submitted for a draw for thing. And then a lot of the comments are like, I liked the previous version more, and I don't get why it needs to be pushed so much. And it's fine to like the previous version more. Both are probably fine versions. But some people get really mean about the drawovers that Jackie provides for free, I think. Well, unless you get the Patreon tier. Then you are a paid member, at least. Yeah, some of the comments are quite harsh. For no real reason, in my opinion. I'd be stoked to get my stuff drawn over by Jackie. See what she could say. Would you be able to link that? I would love to try and improve more. Yeah, I can find her YouTube channel. Jackie Dojko. At least that's what I'm thinking her last name is pronounced as. There you go. You'll find a lot of these draw videos in her shorts tab. Have a great day. Have a good day at work, Sonny. Take care. And thank you for sharing your summary of your book with us. Thank you for indulging me. As a fellow zucchini hater, zucchini bread is amazing. Man, I gotta try it now. I get my hands on some of that stuff. Thanks for listening. Yeah, of course. I may not know shit about writing that much, but I can at least appreciate creative endeavors. I have a long way to go with art, but I'm eager to learn. That's good! Keep on clinging on to that eagerness. It will fuel the fuck out of you. I also hope you have the time and energy to learn, because Lord knows I'm a little short on those two. Because I want to learn, but like... I'd have to somehow structure it around streaming. And... yeah. You have a whole degree in writing and still understand very little? The main advice I go for personally, for whatever I will end up writing, or want to talk about in story form, is write what you know. So, repackaging lived experiences, essentially, kinda. It seems like the best way to get something out from the heart, which I think is important, personally, for myself. Trying hard to keep it, it's hard to see little progress, but you know the peaks and lows. Yeah, I'm well aware of the curve. Let's see if we can pull up a picture. Art perceived skill graph. Here we go. Open image in the new tab, copy image. Here's the graph. Ability, art is a cycle. Sometimes you draw really well, then sometimes you feel like you can't draw at all. In reality, you are always slowly improving. It's just a cycle of seeing versus drawing that makes you think you are doing worse. Understanding how this works can help an artist through art blocks if you're simply improving your ability to see and not getting too cocky during art highs. Skill at making art is all the blue, and then skill at seeing or evaluating art. Yeah. Art high, your art seems to get less bad, and then it gets really awesome because your ability to see is still catching up to your art skill here. And then the art lows, actual skill steady, but your art seems steadily worse. It's just your ability to perceive art getting better, so you can criticize your own art better. Perceived skill. Art skill over ability to see. Wow, my art's getting really good. Perceived lack of skill. Ability to see over art skill. Ugh, I can't draw anymore. I need to remember this myself. It's very important. Because this shit creates perseverance. Knowing that this is a thing, and that every artist goes through, pretty much. I find it hard to imagine there are artists out there that are like, meh. Well, some may. There may be some that just keep on doodling. They don't fret too much about ability to see and art skill perception and all that stuff. They just draw. They keep on making. Oh boy, I can't wait when I start arting more. What's holding you back from arting now? Talking about writing what you know, considering I've had to deal with my fair share of nutty people that made me include them in my story, as that's the tax that they pay. That's the rent that they pay for being in your head after such an encounter. That is how they pay their stay. Yes, I would like to report this. I'm in this photo and I don't like it. No, absolutely, it's the experience. Yeah. It's a matter of you gotta fucking keep on buckling through. It's a matter of you gotta just keep on going. You could sit there and spend time worrying about, oh no, my art's getting worse, when instead, if you know that this is very much a thing, which it is, you just keep on trucking along. You keep focused on your studies. Because you're not going to get any better at art by whining about being bad at it. To put it very harshly. Sometimes we could just kick our own butt into gear. Myself included. I feel like I've exaggerated these, like, rectangles for the elbows a bit too much. One guy lived in my head rent-free after they told me he believed in alien pyramids and they channeled soul energy. I've made him into a character that runs a podcast from his RV in the woods. Ah, yeah, that sounds very fitting. Currently I have stuff on my hands I gotta deal with, but after that, in fact, I can absolutely just should get some bigger beginner pad, pen, and plug it into my laptop and go. Yeah. Sounds good. Hope you can deal with the stuff you gotta deal with swiftly. So you can continue your pursuits. Don't know how I'm gonna do this other eye, because it's very different in the thumbnail that I drew. I think first and foremost I need to really lower the opacity of the thumbnail layer. Ah, the corner of my eye is like super itchy. Like the actual eyelid itself. Very fun. Just a little bit more chin. Okay. Aye. A purpose of nothing, you know you're pilled a certain way when you spent your lunch break looking at bulbs. What kind of bulbs? We thinking light bulbs or plant bulbs? Light bulbs. Ah. You're looking to snazzy up the place. I wish I had nicer ceiling lights in my apartment. That's a very rushedly like, fuck, I just need a lamp and I have minimal budget. I'll just get the cheapest fucking ceiling lamps that IKEA has to offer. I don't really turn them on though, is the thing. Are you perhaps a moth? No, he's a bird. He's a gold crest. Hydration check. Oh my god, the very first one of... Well, actually, no, I've completely ignored the one from an hour ago. I am so sorry. Better double hydrate. Uh-oh. I'm like, whenever I have to chug more water than I usually do for hydration check, I'm like, ooh, is this gonna turn into a little burp, even though it's just water? So I'm like, I feel a little something, but it's very distant. I don't know whether I need to stay muted or not. Yep, there it was. I just forced it out of there. And none of y'all will hear it. That is not the content you guys subscribe for, so... And it's not the kind of content I offer for free. We can see the struggle. Yeah, I was, like, extra moving around, like, If I had hand tracking, you could see, like, my hand go up, like holding a finger, like, hold on, wait a second. Wait. I ain't got nothing, so I only can do, looking, searching, processing, communicating to you guys while I'm silently waiting out, like, is this a burp or not? Only for Cocos in Discord? Nuh-uh. Nah, I try to mute on any occasion where I'm supposedly audible through a microphone. When a burp arises. Unless it's funny. Which is not often. Is it tier 3 sub-exclusive? Only tier 3? I need a tier 6. Borp. There you go. Free burp. Burp reveal. No! Don't dox me. Don't dox my burps. I have a weird sense of like, I don't know, it's not maybe respect is not the word, but I know that there are streamers out there and content creators out there who will just leave that sort of stuff unfiltered. They'll just leave it in and just, you know, like, alright, more power to you, I guess? What? I didn't make myself disappear. I meant to hit mute again because I feel like another one's coming up. Just a little one. Just an 80-bit. 100 subs for burp reveal. Alright, I'll burp on mic audibly if someone gives 100 subs. If there's a burp. Fine. Oh no, no one's going to. It needs to be one individual, not a collective 100 gift subs. Clipping that, do your best. I'll get your checkbook. Kieran? Kieran? Why does that interest you? Hey Kieran, hey, wanna talk, honey? Buddy, hey. Friend? Why are you getting your checkbook upon hearing that? Calling you out. Someone get Mr. Beast on the horn. If it's Mr. Beast, then he needs to do not 100, but 100,000. I am not kidding. With the funnies, sure. Funnies. I know what you are. I don't. You wanted funnies, you're getting funnies. Burp reveal. How very misleading. There is no burp reveal in there itself, just a mention of me doing one upon a single individual. So this is where the struggle happens, right? With these kinds of eyes. I want them like nice and oval, but then the nose needs to maybe go higher up. Because bones, lol. I'll have to do this. Would you accept Mr. Beast goes away and never appears in public or makes content ever again as a prize? Yes, I would actually. With the additional note of all of his wealth going to actual good causes. Under no uncertain terms. Actual philanthropy. As he has liked to brand himself as. With any eyes? No, eyes are handcrafted by the worst enemies to the death of me. Nah. They're just a fun little challenge, lol. Like, this probably works. It looks a little funky now, but we can make it less funky looking as soon as we add the hair. I'd just been avoiding doing the eyes because I knew I had to change the nose, and I was like, ugh. This is currently tangenting a bit, though. You're right into that corner. Make it slightly less copy-pasty. Even though it's very much on record that it is very much copy-pasted from the ground up. It helps these eyes are very flat. Actually, it doesn't. It makes it really difficult. Because I try to give some kind of like, I try stylized, but still some dimensionality. And you get a lot of dimensionality from this area with the nose and everything. So it's like, oh fuck. I can't, because I was considering in the last stream I showed, like, I wasn't sure if I wanted to have like a little cheek situation going on, but I think I like it more stylized if it stays more like this for this character and my interpretation of it, even though I do see like a little bump over here. Gates of Hell. God, the banger. She's supposed to look a little unsettling after all. Is she? I don't know, I might just be a weirdo who doesn't think she's very unsettling looking, or I'm intrigued by supposedly unsettling looking characters so that it doesn't unsettle me no more. This is completely fine. Yeah, the lack of eyebrows helps to add that unsettlingness, I suppose. Because it's very blank. She is smiling, but not as much with her eyes, like we were mentioning earlier. There's no, like, squint to it. We are FromSoft fans, after all, this is true. I love the ookie spooky. I was thinking about Bloodborne again the other day. I'm like, man, what a good fucking game. I know what my number one favorite game is. I don't think I've ever firmly decided on number two. But I would say Bloodborne is in the top 3. Maybe it's number 2 for me? I want to know which one would be number 3 though. There's so many. There's so many games so near and fucking dear to my heart. I know, I want to play it again. Me too! My character slots are full. Did you know there's only a limit of 10 character slots in Bloodborne? Is it Dead OS? It is not. I haven't played a single minute of Dead OS. I'd also like to try and go back to the Blood Level 4 challenge that I started. God. I feel like it's been 2 years. Because that was when we did a follower milestone. I did the thing where every time I died, I would take a doodle request from one of y'all. I forget which follower goal that was. Was that 1,000 or 1,500? Just pull the save and save it in another folder. The file, I mean. Could. Let me see. I think I still have a folder of the doodles themselves. Special stream. No, not that one. Art. BL4 doodles. It says it's for BL4, but I don't know. 2023. Yep. In 2 years. June. 2023. Fuck yeah. Make another profile, that way you keep your 10 slots and get 10 more. On the PlayStation, that is. References remind me of Denny Phantom, so not necessarily unsettling, more really heckin' cool. Yeah, we were actually, I think I asked Ta on the last stream if they had watched Denny Phantom back in the day, and I think they said they did. And I am someone who has drawn many a Denny Phantom back in the day. I am what some may call terrible with the sticks, so from stuff is impossible. Oh. It's a learning curve. I was very bad at the beginning at Bloodborne. It took me a while, like a few years of on and off with this Bloodborne. I got stuck at Vicar Amelia. My first wall was the Blood-Starved Beast, which is the first optional. Well, no, not the first optional. Second optional. I guess the Cleric Beast is the first optional. But possible third boss, I would say. I consider it the third boss, as Vicar Amelia would be the fourth, but yeah. I struggled. I struggled, and now I'm just like, haha, Vicar Amelia, I slap you. With the BL4 run, I think I first tried Vicar Amelia, or maybe I had one death, I'm not quite sure, I don't remember. Bloodstarved Beast is rough for the first time, yeah, it makes you learn. And I ended up having to resort to the blood cocktails in the first playthrough. I don't like to use items, personally, that make fights easier. Like, I accepted the Wondrous Physic in Elden Ring, but that was like the bare what I would allow myself to use, because I like to challenge myself these days in my FromSoft games. I feel like I've also been conditioned to not use items in fights and video games because of games like Devil May Cry and Bayonetta, where you get points deducted from your final score if you end up using an item. Be it a heal or like a magic power-up or a magic recovery thing in Bayo, or like a Devil Trigger booster in Devil May Cry. So I tend not to grab those things. The green effect is one of the reference images where she passes through the floor. It is directly referenced from Denny Phantom, yeah. It's very Ghost Zone. That's see-through-y color scheme that some of the ghosts get in Denny Phantom when they phase through stuff. Or are supposed to be invisible. But we, the audience, still need to see them, so they give them that coloration. Absolute Waldo was Lawrence. Lawrence, yeah, he was tricky. I think I needed like 30 tries on my first playthrough for Lawrence. And again, he's an optional one, but you know, it's the DLC, so you can't really not. It's too lore heavy of a fight to not do. My pride, though, I had to kill him. I did too. And I think it sounds like we both did. I nerfed myself in my like first 50 attempts against Ludwig because I was like, I'm finally here. After all these fucking years, I'm not gonna go over that easily. Got my ass handed to me and I fucking loved it. I did that fight on stream for my first time. Hehe. I didn't stream the entirety of my first ever playthrough of Bloodborne. Like I said, I did it over the course of several years. I think I started streaming my first playthrough. I don't know if I had Vicar Amelia already. I went through the Forbidden Woods on stream, that much I do remember. Savoring the moment? Exactly. Like, I removed all my gems from my weapons. All that fun shit. Shitty armor. And now I can fight Ludwig with shitty armor. I wear that red dress that drops in the game. You can pick up in Castle Canehurst, I believe, from one of the chests. I put on the funny little crown. Like, dazzle myself up even more. Some dull shoes and gloves, which have zero armor practically. And I go into the fight and I'm like, alright, Ludwig, it's time to waltz. Yeehaw. Silver function? Very much. Very much so. Mm-hmm. Automa did a good job. I feel like that term was held back on the last stream as well. Or a recent stream at least. Only gonks choose function over style according to Cyberpunk. I don't know what a gonk is. I've never read or played Cyberpunk. I watched the anime, which was very depressing. But it isn't necessarily a depressing, like, story. Just the setting is rough. I'm seeing stuff where I'm like, oh no, that would 100% be the way things would go, wouldn't it? Fuck. Are Gong's little droids in Star Wars that wonder about seeing Gong? I have no idea. Setting is grim dark. Uh-huh. Bunch of corpo gonks who can't hang with us. Choom. Oh. His hairline is so clean. Yeah. I love clean line like this. Yeah. I'll tidy it up some more. Because the way these commission styles work, they are just very neat sketches. Drunk equals idiot slash dumb, hair-brained, etc. Choom, friend, amigo. Very not in the know about cyberpunk. Her ears used to be much smaller. I'm glad I made them huge so she could be more expressive. Yeah, big features. Big expressive features. Big fan. As long as it is still somewhat balanced, which I think they are. Personally. Early humans could use them, to be honest, and it'd be easier to tell if someone is actually upset. Yeah, but then you can't hide your emotions either. If you don't want to come across as upset when you very much are, just to keep the peace. You wouldn't be able to. Just wear big ass beanies. But considering this is anatomy, that could be uncomfortable, maybe. Similar to how some headphones, after a while of wearing, it gets a little owie. Beanie in the shape of a big ass. New fashion statement unlocked. We will call it derrière. My only issue now is that this is even. You're just staring at your soul so much that you regret it. She would never. Also, there's still no Mishka update redeem. My god. 2 hours into the stream and no Mishka update. Will this be the first one in a while without a Mishka update? Kieran has decided no, actually. Bro, we're poor. Speak for yourself, I have infinite Curzec coin. Haha. Thank you, Kieran. And bam. She's in the same spot as she was last stream. But she's resting her little head on her little paw. You only have 13k. Probably by the end of this stream, you'll have enough for next stream to redeem. Little rest, yeah. Philanthropy's in 250k channel points. See? Someone has the coin. And Ender is apparently also hoarding Curzec coin. Ender, how many coins do you got? Huh? Small. He's in the pets channel. For all y'all to see her in her cube. You're in the 200ks, just like Kieran. Went to make sandwich, gut out a slice of bread and it has mold in it. No! That's so sad. Do not eat that slice. Because that's just the mold you can see. There's a whole lot more mold in that slice that you can't see. Reminder for everyone. Cutting out the mold does not get rid of the mold in certain foods. Breads especially. Big green circle. Ooh! A big circle even. There's a moldy smell alone, it's done. Yeah. There's like that fragrance. Of like, I don't know about this one, Chief. It does get rid of a lot of mold though. Yeah, but you still shouldn't. You are not a trash can. I am someone who hates wasting food, but even I am just like, no. I draw the line right here. Your body is too hot for the fungus to survive on the outside, so eating a little bit on the accident won't kill you. It won't kill you, but it's still not pleasant. Just don't. Also, you don't want to figure out the hard way that you may be a bit more allergic to that kind of stuff than other people. Hi, Blurks. Welcome in. I accidentally ate a moldy sandwich the other day, and I had only noticed on the last bite I was about to eat. Yikes. If we die, we die. Well, ideally, try to avoid an early demise. That's my hot take. Molds can make you really sick. Chubby Emu on YouTube talks about freak illnesses and has discussed people getting sick from eating bad food a few times. You just simply do not. Just don't. I personally wouldn't risk it. And again, I am also someone who super duper hates food waste. But I would rather toss something out I am not sure about or know for sure has signs of like, gross, than risk food poisoning. Was eating an omelet with cheese and noticed mold on the cheese after a few bites. Ugh. My dad's fault, he prepared it for me, lol. Oh. It was not the type of cheese meant to have mold. It wasn't cooked, just a little melted. Ugh. I feel like cheese may be one of those few types of food where you can cut it out. I'm not sure though. Hence why I was really pissed when I had just bought a packet of sliced cheese some time ago. And I grabbed for it like 2 days after purchasing and I see mold. Like, I didn't even have the chance to eat this! What the fuck? I love cheese, I do too. I don't like buying cheese that molds with 2 days after purchase, though. That's too early. Hard cheeses are usually okay. Probably a hole in the packaging. Yeah, just like poor handling. Quite literally handling. I think on cheese, especially, mold will appear more quickly on places you actually like physically touch. Even if your hands are clean upon handling the cheese. Let's give this girl some clothes. Give her some fashion. Make it a fashion moment. Even clean hands are pretty gross little sausages. Mm-hmm. Ew clothes? What do you mean ew clothes? I like fashion. I like wearing clothes. Hello. Welcome in. You mean she's naked on Twitch? A little bit. But you know, artistic process. There's no neep. It's construction. Clothes are prisons for our bodies, shaking my head. I disagree. It's a ghost. Twitch, don't ban. Yeah. Seems like the design is also different on the emblem. Like a little face. God, I cannot wait until Christmas. I'm gonna have so much full fat cheese. I'm gonna cause a crash in the dairy market. Yeah, I'm gonna be here with Ben. No C word until Halloween. That's right. What if I just add the word Christmas to the banned words list until after Halloween? Ben, you have the power. You wouldn't dare. Ben might. And I may not stop him this one time. How the hell do I do that? Mod view. Find the list of banned and permitted terms. Blocked and permitted terms. For a second there, I thought you meant cheese was banned until Halloween. No, cheese is never banned. Cheese is too good to get banned. Christmas is banned between February and November. Yeah. I'd even go as far as saying halfway through January. We'll have 2 weeks of January to reminisce on Christmas. On the holidays. And then shh. What criteria would it require to ban cheese? Extremely stinky. Why are we giving them November? For planning purposes. Mariah Carey needs to be contained. She cannot be let out just yet. Sinister is right. Hello. I can draw a circle. It was just feel like sea season once I saw the first Coca-Cola holidays are coming effort. But then they made one with AI, so that didn't happen last year. Yeah. Yeah, they sure did do that, huh? Like for Christmas in November? And what? Yeah. The most popular beverage on the earth, I would say, besides coffee, or at least soda brand, Coca-Cola, you know, loaded with money, decided to spend absolutely fuck all of it on advertising for the holidays last year by generating it with AI, and it is as dog shit as you can imagine it to be. Corporate scum. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like if all the companies that have the money to invest in something super nice and original and well thought out, make it memorable for the years, as iconic as they are usually or have been in the past, they are now remembered for the wrong reason. But maybe they'll be like, haha, any marketing is good marketing, teehee. Any publicity is good publicity, even if it is negative. Which, no. I don't subscribe to that personally. Needs a Coca-Cola bear back? I have no idea what this bear is. Alright, time to burn the entire company to the ground. Need a fresh start. Yeah. I'm not even against assistive AI use, but why use it as a billion with a B company? It depends, even with the assistive use, on how it is being sourced and purposed, because there are some horror stories in how assistive AIs have assisted people into doing heinous shit in recent news. Without getting too dark. Because it is woof. Oh yeah, I see. Behold, moderator Ben has exercised his right to add Christmas to the blocked terms. You fool! You thought, Blorks! This way, it's still making its way into the stream. Wait, why is it back? What the hell? Yeah, it's technically actually impossible to outright ban a word completely because of funny spellings people can do. People can be going Christmas. Those damn pesky hackers? Is it the koala bear? Oh. Yeah, you know what, as curious as this koala bear looks, I'd still choose this over Gen AI. At least this shit was made with intent by a person. I like him kinda. It's that like haunted 3D quality. I can share my Coke Bear plush in Discord. Oh my lord, there's such a thing? He has weird dog energy. Yeah. He was still around until like 2012. That's not as recent as I thought it would be. I'm just drawing the shape hole first. W-H-O-L-E. Hole. Before adding the holes. Hole. It was a full-on mascot with merch and all. Holy shit. Used to be the star of the Super Bowl commercials. Yeah, I've never seen the Coca-Cola polar bear. Maybe it was a US only thing? Song's a banger. Yeah. Some Sonic, I think. Studio Polis Act 1, Sonic Mania. Showed up in US stations mainly in the 90s and late zeros. Can confirm we have a koala bear in Scotland. Maybe it's only English-speaking locations? I don't know. I also don't watch and have not watched a lot of TV in the last 2 decades, so... I still often forget Scotland is its own country, but part of the UK, American education as its finest. I mean, it is its own country, but... they're just... being fucked around. God, they got so close to leaving the UK a couple years ago. And then they got spooked out of voting. Actually, now let's remain. Because, but then you would not be part of the EU no more. And then Brexit happened. It's going horrible. Hmm. So like Puerto Rico and America are different? I'm not educated enough on Puerto Rico. But I do know that the people on Puerto Rico are not happy about the situation, and rightfully so. I will leave it at that. Because again, I don't know everything. UK is a nation made up of multiple countries. The UK is a multinational state made up of other countries. It's kind of like the US if each state was a country instead of a state. Most distinct inspiration. But the UK was just like the name of the region had, like how the Middle East was the name of the region that several countries were in. No, there's actual laws that are applied across all those countries based on UK stuff. Whereas Middle East is just comprised of all their own countries. There's no laws or geographical. Whereas UK is actually political. I know there has been movements to add Puerto Rico as a state and not be a commonwealth, but I also believe there have been movements to completely separate from America, if I recall correctly. You were a little confused about the last time? It's based on a really shitty ghost decoration I saw in 2017. It had the word boo stitched onto it, but it was so badly readable, it read do. Ah. Hydration check, oh my god. Mursip. And yep, the UK is a monarchy. Netherlands is also a monarchy. But we are just monarching over just Netherlands. Well, I guess Dutch Antilles, I think. I'm not actually sure. I don't think. I don't know. I forgot. I'm sorry. I'm ignorant. The Monikers don't even really do much anything over here. Yeah, they don't. As they shouldn't. Unless they also would like to meet the guillotine. Maybe. I don't know, I just feel like being born into a position of power shouldn't be a thing. Should be elected. People who are, you know, actually know what they're doing. Have a chance at having lived experience of the common people. Lest you become completely detached from the people you are trying to govern over. But hey, politics. I mean, we have all seen Braveheart, I assume. I haven't. Nope. Are you sure you're talking about the monarchies, Curzec? I'm talking about people in positions of power. We should know better. Are they more figureheads than country representatives? Somewhat. It helps to keep them around to help with meeting other countries. Yeah, essentially. Maybe monarchy worked for its time, but it's 21st century now. Yeah. We're like, hey, wait a minute. Why do you get to decide what I do and what I don't do? Just because you were born in some fancy place. Have you not seen Braveheart? I just haven't. $1995 war action film? Nope. Never seen it. I feel like I've seen the visuals, but I've never seen the movie. Being more rich should be massively embarrassing to admit to, like never having earned anything for yourself. Yeah, my parents are really wealthy, but I've tried hard to escape that and be a decent person. Some might. How do we draw these slaves? The monarchy is another word for the rich elites, which still exist in countries without monarchs. We just call them CEOs, etc. now. Constitutional monarchy, great leader in community countries. Why we eat the rich monarchy or otherwise, if you can recognize who the rich are. If you like that sort of thing, I would recommend it. Maybe one day. I'll have a chance at watching Braveheart. Cut is very odd to make this kind of look work for this. I haven't played the game in ages, by the way. They've added a whole bunch of new streets and play pawns. I think they added towers to the board, making it look more like the game Hotel. Or at least the hotels that I have played. When I was a youngin'. Towers, yeah. That was a physical board of a Monopoly board, or a photo of one. Recently. Sleep. There's some fucking volume. Ooh, it's beginning to piss me off. For no fucking reason. Starting to feel very aggro for no fucking reason. Our really question, do you use the same pen slash brush for all the lines, or do you have separate ones for different line weight variation? Right now I'm just using the regular hard round brush. For some of the line arts that I've done, for some of my emote parts, I use this brush right here that I'm hovering over. This is one that I made myself in Photoshop, which is just a hard round brush, but squished and rotated. Like, this was once just a simple round brush, but it's like a nice, easy, cheaty way to get some sort of semblance of line weight. If I want some parts to look thicker than other parts. But right now I'm just using default round brush with opacity. To Dutch Fury. Curzec was confirmed to be a cat girl. Was I? Why was this again? Interesting. Yeah, I just changed the opacity. So there's like, if I am more decisive on where to put my stuff, I can make that look darker. Which some would argue is a sign of lack of confidence. But it's the same as like, if you have a pencil and you're drawing on paper, you start drawing a little bit more with lighter pressure. And as you get more into your design idea of what you're sketching, you press down harder. Kind of similar here. You can probably... yeah, you can add pen pressure to your opacity stuff. If you click on this little box. Curzec is an adult, that will make her a cat woman, actually. I guess? Cat pose, remember? Oh, just because I'm posing, I'm immediately a cat girl for life? Cool. Does it happen with everything I pose for reference purposes? Am I just everything I ever pose for? That's how it works? Then I've been a lot of things. I've way too many fucking labels. Remarks like lack of confidence sound more like gatekeeping than advice to me, even if there is a merit in the remark. It is not gatekeeping. Nope. It is just, I don't have the knowledge to know for certain where the line goes. That is where the lack of confidence comes from. If I know where the line goes, I have the confidence to put the line down. So not gatekeeping at all. Just very technically like, no, I'm not sure where this goes, therefore not sure, no confidence. Whereas if I know, I draw the line where it goes, confidence. I know what I'm doing, confidence. Have we the merit in it? Yeah, but isn't part of arting figuring it out too? Yeah, that's designing. Design is different from just straight up fact on anatomy knowledge, though. Definitely feel free to search around and just keep drawing more lightweight if you're just searching around for design purposes and reasons. But I personally hope to one day have better knowledge in my anatomy drawing skills so that I can draw the stuff more quickly and more accurately. But that's for me. I want to get like this kind of like a ruffle idea, right? But, you know, volume. And it actually wrapping around without tangents. That's what I'm kind of breaking my brain over right now. I've been practicing that myself, although my aim was more about learning perspective imposes. Everything, like, you can only, it's probably best to do just one thing at a time, as opposed to trying to learn it all at once, which, no, you won't be able to. You can't do both anatomy and color and perspective and texture and material. And stylization. Hell, even with anatomy, you should probably hone in on one part at a time, which is what I did for these arms. I meant to get back to more anatomy parts. Some would even say, like, instead of doing the whole arm, maybe some would just do the lower arm first and then move up to the upper arm, or vice versa. And then include hands after, and the shoulder separately. Those real suck to draw, that's why they look like niblets in mine. They are challenging, but not impossible. I need to do these, I need to do those. And it's kind of ridiculous how much of a difference anatomy studies make, yeah. It's just the cut here is just too awkward for me to work with. Because we're kind of looking in. But also not entirely. Like, this looks stupid. Like, I'm inclined to just not do it like that, even though I really wanna, but nah. Hydration check, thank you. I guess it depends on the person. I think I would personally do better with the full arm, for example, because I benefit from understanding the relations to it, I guess, if that makes sense. Yeah, that makes total sense. That's probably the reason why I did the whole arm as opposed to just the lower arm. So that I include the elbow and the shoulder connection. And heck, even in some of these early on, just like, yes, the delt and the pec, like, merge together here. This grain stuff here is the pectoralis, and this is delt. And, like, that kind of goes into each other. That connects. This is a joint. Very important. But it's just a matter of, it's a lot of volume, if that makes any sense. Like, upper arm is relatively fine. You got your bicep, your brachioradialis, and your tricep. Your tricep exists of 3 parts. This is a big tendon, and then there's the long head, and I forget the other name. And then you get to the lower arm, and it's like, that's a lot of more numbers compared to just the upper arm. Of like, that's this muscle group, and that muscle, and that muscle, and that muscle, and that muscle, and that one twists around there, and there's 2 of them, and lower arms are scary. They are daunting. But I feel like once I will have a better understanding of them, I'll be like, powerful! Because I do love a good lower arm drawing. In fact, along with the bones actually twist, they sure do. Your ulna and your radialis, as I had written down on a different sheet. I had written on a different one which one connects to the pinky side and which one connects to the thumb side. I thought the ulna was pink. Or was it thumb because U? I think that was my shortcut to attempt to remember it. Ulna, thumb, both have a U in it. I had it here. Oh no, it's the other way around. Whoops. Ulna, pinky. Ulna, pink. Nah. They have the same third letter. God, this is such a fucking highly defined tricep, my god. Genuinely, one of the perks of my whole, like, wanting to work out and get bigger muscles, right? It does generally help me consider more that stuff of anatomy, where things go, and how things interact, and how things move. For drawing purposes, and also for working out purposes. Like, yes, it makes sense that for tricep extensions, if you do them overhead, you need to keep your elbows in. Also with skull crushers, because that just puts more stretch on the triceps, it is a tricep exercise. Using yourself as reference, yeah. Goal. Anatomy reference, specifically. That's a very valid approach, yeah. It's the hidden perk of going to the gym as an artist. You get the added benefit of looking at anatomy in a different light and using it to your advantage. I wish I had arms like that. Dude, same. These are absolutely shredded people, though. They're all dudes, too. This one especially. This is probably a bodybuilder. This is no fucking way. This is almost, like, weird looking with how low body fat percentage this person is. And how hard they must be activating these muscles. Don't forget that every body you draw will be perfect. Use a variety of reference for better shaping. Yep. This one was tough to figure out. I think I did this wrong. I think this bicep area is way too big. But this is tricep poking out. Tricep is huge! A lot of bros will put a lot of effort into training their bicep because they think that will make their arm look bigger, but the tricep is a significantly larger muscle than the upper arm. And you can have the little bicep mountain on your arm, but then if you haven't worked out your triceps, your arms will still look kinda smallish. So work out your triceps. I've been meaning to also include hammer curls for the brachioradialis, which is this one. This is the brachioradialis. That one gets straight when you do hammer curls. Just for that 3D look of your arms. Just like how the delt is consistent of 3 different sides. You've got your front, your side, and your rear delt, which all benefit from different exercises. If you want to grow them proportionately, you should do something for your front delt, you should do something for your side delt, you should do something for your rear delt. I don't think there's one exercise that hits all 3 sides. So you gotta do separate stuff. For the side, pretty much the king of the side delt exercise is the lateral raise, which there are so many variations of. Anyway. That last arm, you don't need to understand where things go, because you can literally see every part. With this one, I get confused. If I don't have these, like, diagrams, I would be like, oh god, what is delt, what is tricep? I know a little bit better now, like, this is all tricep, this is that tendon part. This is delt, this is more back muscle. I don't know which ones, though, for sure. Not the lats are down here. Maybe upper traps? I'm not sure. I haven't studied the back as much. There is a lot to look at, but it's almost becomes, for me personally, almost overwhelming, if that makes any sense. It's just like, that is a lot of bump. I don't know how to narrow this down. Terminate some of your week-long vacation. So close. So close, Sir Bowler Hat. Manifesting that these 2 days will pass swiftly. Without issue. I wish I knew more people IRL to discuss these things with. It's so interesting to me. Yeah, me too. It's interesting to me as well. I hope that while you may not have anyone in real life, I hope maybe this corner of the internet can do until then. Don't hold back from pursuing IRL options, though. Maybe there's some figure drawing classes. Or sessions of sorts. I have a lot to learn, so do I. Like I said earlier with the whole confidence thing. I just don't know as much as I would like. This will have to do. This is a part where I'm like, do I keep this stylized and like nice and tight around this neck? Or do I suggest just a little bit of volume by like sticking out that collar? Better than not being with like-minded people at all, that's for sure. I'm glad to hear that. One of my colleagues is on vacation for 2 months. Damn! 2 months paid vacation also? Holy fuck. I know so very little about so many things. There was so much to learn from everything. Knowing you have so much left to learn will get you far. Rather than thinking, damn, I'm a smartass, I know everything. Because, spoiler alert, you don't. I certainly don't. Yeah, paid. He just been saving a whole bunch and had to use it now, or it would be converted to payout instead. Then yeah, paid vacation. Fuck yeah. God, how do you save up 2 years? Because I feel like in the Netherlands it resets every year. You need to finish it before the end of the year. Otherwise it's just like, you don't get to stack them up for years. Not years, months? How do you save up months of vacation within months? I've been freelancing for too long. I don't know what's normal. We can roll over 300 hours of vacation. How many days is that? Would that be divided by 24 or 8 for like an 8-hour workday? Because 300 hours is 12 and a half days. But if you divide it by 8 work hours, then you get 37 and a half days. I get like 1 or 2 weeks a year. America. Absolutely insane how that is the norm. $37.5 days. Oof. That's a nice month and then some. Very good. Or probably just on the work days. Weekends not included, depending on the job. Usually. Numbers, they're hurting my brain, sorry. Sweden. Sweden has pretty good pay time up. Yeah, Sweden is pretty fucking solid at that stuff, from what I know. These sleeves are a different design now. Hang on. Just like a suggestion of poof. $44. Oof. I use my hours, I've never had the max saved. Imagine having vacation days. Freelance. For people in countries that get a whole month off, how are the trans rights looking over there? I may be interested. Well, Netherlands has elections at the end of next month, and I have no idea how it's going to swing. I worry things may not improve for what I think would be for the better. Stay away from the UK for the time being, yeah. There was a YouTuber whose videos I watch from time to time. She's a trans woman. She's from the UK. She left the UK a couple months ago because she just doesn't feel safe anymore there. Which is very sad to think about. She at least has the means to leave. Philosophy tube? Nope. Luxaria is her name. If you ever hear me say stuff like woman on the go and girly wig, that's because of her. I'm a bit behind on Philosophy Tube's videos. I'm subbed to her as well. Depending on where exactly you reside, the closer you move to the west of the Netherlands, the more okay people are with you generally. The west is also the more expensive part of the Netherlands, is the thing. I veer between despair and rage about the stuff going on here. Lots of flags hanging around here to show how dumb the area is. Things should be alright. In Sweden, generally pretty accepting, I believe, but I'm also not very knowledgeable on this topic. Rule of thumb is if you don't bother anyone, they won't bother you. Yep. That does tend to be the more European way of things, from what I understand. Difference-wise between Europeans and Americans. We're very much minding our own business when we're out and about. Small talk whomst. Like, I don't know you. I feel that I'm sorry that you're dealing with the absolute terrible state. Since I was born there, I've been completely unable to change my birth certificate name or gender. Even though all my other docs have been changed for 5 years now. Man, I'm so fucking sorry that y'all have to deal with that. What does it sound like Belatra music? It is... I think this is Mario. It's Pikmin 4. Today's results. We were both wrong. Something Nintendo. Being tempted to go and get a bunch of English flags, paint refugees welcome, and trans rights or human rights and such on them, and hang them up. I suspect I can't outrun the racists if they spot me. Ugh, man. Stay safe out there, y'all. Y'all deserve to live your lives and live your truths, because the fucking things that are your lives and your truths literally harm no one. Be how it be. All we can do is our best and keep moving forward. Yeah. Do not give in to the despair as much as they want you to. Probably had American friends beg me to just live at my house. Oh. I mean, I saw the shit that a certain orange man has said recently about Chicago. You know, where some of my best friends lived and is the one city in the US that I have visited. Yeah. People get mad because trans folks are hotter than them, which is more big on them to be. How'd your representative and get hollering? I need to be the same with mine. There's been a few things I've kept in the back of my mind. I'll have to see if I can do something more proactive for the upcoming elections, maybe, for the Netherlands. I think it's funny I'm visiting my American friends in November, which my argument being it's okay. I look and sound American enough to not get side-eyed. I don't think I'll be visiting the US anytime soon. I don't feel like gambling with randomly being sent to prison. Was this music? This is romance theme, The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword. My local representative after the last round of right-wing gerrymandering is one of the worst stories in the UK, so there's no hope of getting anything from them. Give it at least 4 years for what, visiting in the US? If we're lucky. Was a song from So Cheever. The previous song, that was, oh gosh, hang on. I was reading chat. It was Pikmin 4, View, Olimar Shripwick Tail. Being a ghost, my local small town just installed a massive Stay Puft Marshmallow Man inflatable. So it's a two-story building. I have no idea what a Stay Puft Marshmallow Man is. But yay! Big figures. Oh, it's Halloween around the corner. You know what time it is in Halloweeny times? It's time for the 12-foot skeleton from Home Depot. Fucking loved seeing that thing last year and just pointing at it like, oh, there it is! There's one of them out in the wild! Ghostbusters? Ah. I can probably visualize what the thing looks like. I don't remember the name. The thing that looks like Michelin's mascot? Yeah. Gas bastards. Is that how they pronounce Ghostbusters in Jersey? Just a Jersey thing? Wasn't there a bridge in New Jersey that got hit really bad a few months ago? And they were like, this is gonna, like, delay shipping for everything for a while. What happened to that bridge? Wasn't that in New Jersey? Didn't hear about that. The Key Bridge is in Maryland. Ah, not far from New Jersey. Gotcha. I thought it was near Jersey. My bad. But yeah, some big bridge that got big damaged and would have a big impact on import. That was when the cargo ship rammed into it, right? I think so. Yeah. Pretty sure. I need to draw these center line, like, button ruffle situation. No, it's transiting with this fucking ribbon! No! God damn it, my day is ruined! Tried so hard. Oh, I gotta E. I gotta E. Gotta. I'll just make that thing shorter. Tried so hard and got so far. And in the end, I will fucking fix it. Mark my goddamn words! See, I fix. Now watch me still have to deal with tangents because I add the ruffle situation. This doesn't seem to be a consistent count. So I'm just gonna do what looks appealing. Ha! It was last year the bridge crumpled. A few workers lost their lives, but no passengers. Ugh, fuck. Grim. I'm gonna make this bottom one look a little bit more flatter to hopefully give the illusion of that ruffle being pressed down by the apron skirt thing. Oh wait, I don't know why I bought a PS3 with no games to buy. What do you mean, no games to buy? Is this still part of the lyrics, or is this an anecdote? Because boy howdy, are there games for the PS3? You know this, but you can't recall from what. This is The Legend of Zelda. Ocarina of Time, Gerudo Valley. Is it Gerudo or Gerudo? Hard G or soft? I genuinely don't know. I've only played Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I say G. Hard. Gotcha. Alright. That's a high zombie. Was pronounced as a hard G. So that's how I pronounce it anyways. Fair enough. I thought I'd ask. There are many Zelda fans out there. So I want to say it okay. Before they start clowning on me. How you doing, Zombie? Whatever the tall, strong desert lady wants, who am I to argue? Exactly. It takes probably a fuck ton of skill to strut around the desert in the heels that they wear. I like to wear a heel. I chicken out pretty quickly, though, in terms of, like, how tall I buy them. If I buy them. I was amazed when I heard Ben pronounce this Gerudo one time. I mean, both are possible, I feel like. You have genuine, which is a GE word. Is there anything with a word? What's a word with that starts with GE and is with a G? Maybe it is Gerudo. Chat help. What's the word that starts with GE and is pronounced like G with a hard G? We can't have the gift debate with Gerudo. No, but the thing is with the gift debate, it's graphic, and you have the word gift. So, both are with a hard G. Kieran. Hey, Kieran. Hey, Kieran, hey. How do you feel about being timed out? We also have giraffe. Not the same. Gift is a word closer to GIF than giraffe is. Hi, Draco. Hi, Enabler. Gee whiz. How you both doing? I agree, it's hard. G GIF. Yeah, you're right. It's smart in my head. No, I know where you're coming from. You're trying to find like words that have the same start as GIF. I just personally feel like both the G in GIF stands for graphic, and you have the word gift, which is a very similar thing. I don't care what the creator says, the creator is wrong. Jude Morninge, hi. How are you doing? I should have drawn some like straight lines across as a guide. But I'm lazy, and my laziness will be the death of me sometimes. Oh look, another tangent has occurred. Second tangent has hit the building. Ah! Tangent. English is weird. This is very true. And on the internet, we've collectively decided that it's the language most spoken online. Maybe. I don't know, actually. Maybe it could be Chinese, still. I know it's the most spoken language in, like, real life, because there's just that many people. Kremling death sound? I have no idea what a Kremling is, but F. English is not a language, is 3 languages wearing a trench coat pretending to be one. But what 3 languages are in that trench coat, though? Space Toaster, hi, how you doing? Welcome in. Celtic, Latin, French, and German. That's 4 languages! Kieran! Kieran has forgotten how to count. Oh, poor thing. Fucking giving you sass for no fucking reason. British, German, and French. Isn't British just English, though? I've looked at the screen for so long, I was preoccupied with my own art. This looks cool, Curzec, turning out great. Oh, thank you. I haven't zoomed on in a hot minute, though. I want to get the face in first before I do so. Give me... And by the face in, just a little bit tidier. Swahili, Chinese, and Italian? Exactly. There was a few emotional phone call, but it was much needed. Parents handed over the keys to the new owners of our late grandmother's house. Aw, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for your loss. Yeah, that shit's rough. I can very much imagine. My condolences to you and your family. Isn't British just English? I got a friend that would be very upset if you said that to their face. Okay, but... Panicked. Am I wrong? Like, what kind of British are we talking here now? Like, ye old English? That British? Like, I don't know. 1500 something British? Is that British? I don't know. I am Dutch and I'm ignorant, but you know, that's tomato tomato. British. British-ish. She's been gone since December, we've taken our time to mourn her. British English has a very distinct accents and words for things that Americans don't. There's just so many accents in England alone. Aren't there like 60 different accents or something? I thought I saw a number for that at some point. I don't know if it's accurate though. Like people in Manchester and people in Liverpool and people in Yorkshire, they all speak differently. They've all got their little quirks, and you know, so does Dutch. People speak differently all over my tiny fucking country as well. At this network thing I attended last Thursday, I bumped into one of my old classmates from animation college who was also attending. And he's from the more southern half of the country, and you can very much hear it in the way he speaks. And it's not derogatory at all. Like, yep, that sure is that area of the country's way of speaking. And I have my way of speaking. I have a very my own way of Dutch. That's a dead giveaway, like, ah yes, I did grow up nearish Amsterdam. De zachte G. Noord-Brabant. Eindhoven die gekste. That's not me, that's my friend. Curzec, will you bless or curse us with a British accent? No, I don't think I will. No. Wait, mate, she don't have a license to do that. It always makes me laugh when Americans go on about having different accents in different states, like no one else has accents or dialects. Ma'am, we have accents half a mile down the street that I can't even understand. This is true! Like I said, even in my tiny fucking country, we got so many different dialects. The north, like far north, sounds wildly different from far south. And I can barely understand either of them. If at all, honestly, if they like speak full on their regional dialects, I am like... Sorry, wat zei je? Nog een keer, AUB? Sorry, ik spreek alleen ABN. Het spijt me. I do like to borrow mannerisms from British, and people say I sound Dutch. Oh no! Same can be said for certain parts of the South, specifically Louisiana, but otherwise, each accent in America only has subtle differences based on geographic locations. I would just have to know, like, what's from where. I can imagine a person from Georgia sounding different from Texas. In fact, I can even imagine with Texas being as big as it is, there being a difference between north of Texas and south of Texas. And this is me and my ignorance talking and just speculating. Just being like, I can imagine that being a thing. Probably is. If you borrow anything from the British, take the aluminium and adding the U back into color. You know what? When I speak, like I check in English with most of my friends. We're all English speaking people, or well, we all communicate in English because we all have that as a common knowledge or language that we know. I will decide to add the U back into certain words based on who I'm talking English to. So like, for people like Kieran or Ben, because they are in the UK, I will add the U in those kinds of words to like blend in. And when I talk to my friends from the US, I'm like, leave it out. I'm adapting. I'm being considerate. Just being considerate. That's right. Curzec the considerate. That's me. Sometimes. I try. I always assume I spoke ABN or closer to the Haag's accent, but after my brother lived a few years in Arnhem, he told me I have a slight farmer's accent from the east! Ooh, rough. No, I'm very ABN. I can barely imagine being more ABN. I would love to hear what even more ABN would sound like compared to the way I speaking Dutch, rather. I could hear? Yeah. Ja, sorry man. Ik kom uit Noord-Holland. Nog net geen West-Friesland. I am default Dutch. He'll be perfect to announce on steps on the bus stop. No, those are all being AI now. Did I tell that? When Renee and I were on our way home from TwitchCon, we had a late train, like late train. And instead of a person announcing which stop was next on the train, it was AI characters? Like, Homer Simpson announced which stop was next. I am not kidding. An AI voice of Homer Simpson announced what the next stop was on a Dutch train. Yeah. Please no, sorry. That's very much what we heard, and both Rena and I were looking at each other like, are we just that fucking tired, or is that Homer Simpson telling us which stop is next? No, that shit was happening, and there were other voices for the other stops. I couldn't tell you which ones those were, because I don't quite remember. Like in full ass Dutch too? No, in English! It was a Dutch train with an AI voiceover of a fictional character announcing the stop of a train stop in English at like 3 a.m. I'm so over it, man. Me too. Like, Renee and I were looking at each other like, Can we go back to like 2015? I don't know. Technology-wise, I feel like let's go back to like 2020 or 2019. Like, alright, that's it. No more technological advances. This is good. This is fine. This is a sweet spot. Yeah, please catch up faster. It was so weird. It was such a fucking weird experience to hear that. Yeah, the cheetah was elected in November 2015. Mm-hmm. Just sculpting out my own sketch lines as I tend to work sometimes. And sometimes we overdo it. And instead of undoing, I'm just like, I'll just brush it back in. I'll take 2014, at least Tumblr was cringe but free. I personally had a great time on Tumblr in my years there. But I did get to witness firsthand, like, one of those, like, oh, so you hate waffles kind of comebacks at something a friend of mine had posted. And she was just like, doesn't matter to me really, like, what you identify as long as you're a decent person. And then, of course, someone going with the whole, like, oh, so you hate waffles, going with the whole route of, like, oh, so you're racist, homophobic, and sexist, and, like, that is literally the opposite of what my friend said. Gosh. Tumblr was like a containment cell, yeah. I love reading gay romance. So you hate straight people, yeah. I love french fries. Oh, so you hate waffles. I never understood how to navigate Tumblr. Browse the tags, I suppose. Follow people you find in those tags where you're like, oh, they post stuff that I think is cool fairly consistently. It was very fandom focused in my experience, in its heyday, in its highlights. Probably the longest fandom or biggest fandom I was a part of back in the day was Rise of the Guardians. I was somewhat known in that corner at the time for all the gifs I had made of Pitch Black. Which you can still find if you look for a gif from Rise of the Guardians Pitch Black in Tenor. There is one in there that will pop up that has my name in the corner as a watermark, because that's what you did back in the day on Tumblr when you made gifs. You put a little hidden little watermark in there. Many gifs. I gift literally every frame of Pitch. My last attempt at social media was Hives. Oh god, that was a long fucking time ago. I was forced to make a Hives page by some colleagues. Fun. I love animals. So you hate people? Yeah, that mentality. Very, very dumb. The Tumblr was pretty well curated and the filters work well enough to hide stuff I didn't care about. Yeah, it's... yeah. That's how most social medias ought to be. Very much curating what you see. But on some pages, that's become real difficult to curate. If you want to sort of stay in the loop with some cool artists who also post non-art stuff. Gotta tidy up the hands, and don't forget to add those wrist things, and then it's good to go. Hi, Stephanicus! Actually, yeah, I like animals, therefore I hate people. Damn, enabler coming in hot and spicy with the takes. There's got an explore button for modern Twitter / Insta shenanigans, but you have a main feed for people you follow, so it's all filtered out. It's all about curating your own experience. Yep. And to this day, Tumblr is chronological. You follow who you follow on your main feed, and it all appears chronological, from latest post to more longer ago. More longer ago. Very good grammar. I grammar good sometime. Which is a blessing? Yeah. Genuinely, I wish Tumblr was still a good place to go to for being active on the socials. It's still okay, just not a place to get famous. Yeah, no. That is very much no longer a thing. Even my interactions have died insanely there. And it was never really huge. I think. Gosh, what is my follower account on Tumblr? On my art Tumblr. Where do I see this again? Followers, 1,193 followers. I have barely any activity. Oh gosh, notification from 5 days ago. Congratulations, your block Curzec turned 12 years old! And that's my art account. My non-art account, which is hidden, is even older. Congrats, your blog is old enough to go to middle school. No! Nope. Oh, hey, look, the graph. I don't post anything new on Tumblr. I just reblock stuff. Dude, I'm behind on posting on Tumblr, on Instagram, Kara. I still haven't posted my Blorbo drawing at all anywhere. Should see if I can do that tonight. But yeah. It is definitely nowhere near as alive as it used to be, unfortunately. The latest thing I posted on my Tumblr was the drawing I did of Ludwig, the Holy Blade. I've got it right here. This boy, this drawing. And this one did alright. But it's fan art, so tough to compare. My most popular post ever, though, is an original thing. And then before the Ludwig post was the Sleepy Mishka animation that I did on stream. And then before that was Bayonetta. Yeah, I'm super behind on posting. Puppy. Horse. Huntsman. The heck is Kara? Kara was supposed to be an art alternative social media. Kara app.home. I am not logged in right now. It logs you out pretty frequently. It was very promising looking, and I think it's still being actively updated, but yeah, the person who made it was kind of underestimating how big it was going to be when Twitter was like, alright, how about we AI scrape everything ever posted? Which, of course, they were going to at some point. Because Twitter sucks. I feel like Twitter is nearly impossible to curate these days. Unless you exclusively follow accounts that just, like, post cute animal pictures. You know, content farms and stolen content accounts. Which is also, Follow age? Nope, I've got no such thing here, sorry. Wanna know how long you've been following me? You have been following me here since June 29th, 2024. My cat has captured my left hand. Typing one hand is difficult. Mm-hmm. A challenge you must overcome. Hang on, there's always a way to see how old this account is. Oh, you want to know how old your account is? I can see that. You made your account on September 3rd, 2010. That might be dense. Yeah, click on your name. She's your precious ball of sunshine. Aww. Yeah, 2010. That must be still like the Justin TV era. Because you get all the game music. Do you game a lot or do you used to? I want to game more, I just don't have the time. But for video games, music specifically, it's just the way video game music works is it keeps my brain more engaged because video game music is kind of designed to be that. And also this is just a habit that grew out of streaming because that was usually safer to stream. These days I split my music audio from the VOD, so after the stream is over, there will be no music audible whatsoever. It will be just my voice and keyboard clacks, anything that came from my mic. And the alerts, if they made a sound. What's your backlog looking like? I have an Excel sheet that is probably not completely up to date. Let's see if I can find it. Yep, it's here in my drive. So there are some checked off in here. Thank you for the follow, welcome in. There's also some games on here that have not yet come out. And I'm looking at them now, I'm like, am I gonna be playing these? I'm not sure, I just wrote them down because maybe they looked interesting. So here's a little screenshot. Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice, I've had for ages! And I only played a little bit of it. And I did find it interesting when I played because of the whole auditory situation. Dark Souls 3 checked off, Hi-Fi Rush we played in December last year. We got Metal Gear Revengeance at the beginning of this year. Baldur's Gate I started and I'm like, ugh. Monster Hunter Rise I even got the DLC for. Anything white is stuff I've not yet started. Red is games I've dropped. Blue is started. Green is finished. Metal Gear! Yeah! It was a fuck ton of fun. I have Dark Souls 2. Play Obscure, I need to update. I have it now. I need to change that to Gifted because my friend Petal was like, here, take this. I'm like, what the fuck? Very sweet. That one is probably the first game I would play on stream when I hit partner. Because I feel like it's a little rough for me to stream games because it just... I need to think of the viewer average and all that stuff, and games just don't draw as many people as art streams, so... There's that. Europa we played in one session. I have no numbers here. Do I have straight roads? I guess I do. I don't think I'll be playing House Flipper though. I think I got this when it was like $1. Herb, Discord access. Alright, Herb, have you read the rules? Have you checked the little check mark there? To assign yourself the role of rules reader. Yes, you have. Validated. Thank you for going through the process. My girlfriend wants me to play Guild Wars 2 so much, but I honestly can't get into MMORPGs anymore. That's very fair, though, because I am super behind on Guild Wars 2. I fucking love that game to death, but holy fuck the time investment. You've got 128 hours in Baldur's Gate 3 and I'm barely into Act 3 on my main playthrough. Yeah! Yeah, the amount of time that goes into playing through Baldur's Gate 3 and the amount of choices is very scary to me. Like, I don't want to make the wrong decision early on in the game, fucking over an ending I would have liked to have. That be MMOs, they are insane time sinks and become more and more difficult the more of an adult life you start to live. Because I played since day one. I got to unwrap the 13-year gift a couple days ago on my first character, which I still have to this day, is my main. My beautiful Sylvari Ranger. Baldur's Gate 3 is like a book and gotta dedicate time. It's a lot of time I need to dedicate, though. And it's like, am I willing to dedicate that much time to just one game? Haven't played Night Rain in a bit. I need to turn that into blue, I suppose. Blue. Is blue? I think so, yeah. Oh yeah, and Touchstarved is in there, but that's a game that's not even out yet. Like a dating sim. With very pretty art. Choice paralysis is a huge hurdle in games for me. Yep. Choice paralysis is real. It's like, oh god, I have only a limited amount of time. What do I spend this limited amount of time on? And then in the very end, you end up spending on none of the things you wanted to spend time on. For a variety of reasons. You got game-breaking bugs twice in Baldur's Gate 3. Oh, that's fucking awful. That's the most seamless Discord onboarding I've witnessed here? Yeah. Sometimes people miss the rules reading, and I that's my one demand. It's essentially my TOS. Like, hey, you agree to these rules. I need you to agree to these rules if you want to be a validated member. They're very basic, just like, hey, don't be a dickhead. Cuddle Lamb is fun. So I hear. Actually, before I tidy these up even more, let me do like a little rough of like these bracelets. Armbands. Chuck only had very little experience with those despite the ridiculous amount of playtime. That's good to have many save points. Yeah, I save Scum. I have already saved Scum a fair bit in what little Baldur's Gate 3 I have played. And the fact that that practice is called save scumming doesn't make it feel great to do either. I'm just like, I have just such limited time already. I want to make sure I have the best experience I can have because I'm not likely to replay for a better result if it takes that much time to play through it in the first place. Really the only reason I can see myself boot up Baldur's Gate 3 at this point is because I am close to meeting Halsin. Want to see what that's all about because he seems like an interesting character. Part 2 of Fork Mistakes? Yeah, exactly. I think I drew this just like a little bit too skewed. That feature, you have a mask on a layer and then you transform, scooch stuff around, and it makes a mask out of the new negative space. Ugh. Anyway. I guess I'm spending all of stream on sketching this thing out. I don't know if I'll have the time to thumbnail out a couple of scribbles for Weeb's commission for an animated emote. A custom emote, even. Do I want a little thumbnail? I would have to include a nail on all the other fingers, which I don't want to do. To be honest. Smash the bear. He just seems neat. Smiley face. I'd say scum IRL if I could. I think we all would if we could. Halsin is a wonderful character and is also one of 2 or is it 3 characters open to polyamory? I think it's Halsin and Astarion for sure. Right? Pretty sure Astarion is one of them. Can you polyam in Baldur's Gate? Maybe? Shadowheart, Astarion, Halsin. Shadowheart too! Interesting. I had no idea. Not Karlak? Aw, Karlak also seems like a cool character. Or hot, I suppose, because lol. Karlak is such a straight arrow badass. I have her quest to find her. I found Will. The story is a very interesting one for sure. Again, it's just so daunting. Baldur's Gate 3 for me to start. I've also not really had a lot of time to play video games. The most I've gamed was this weekend, playing Pokemon Go while out on my walk. It's not exactly a highly engaging game either. In the sense of like super difficult and challenging. Oh, playback error. Alright. That's new. I go as far as to say the only healthy polydynamic is player character slash Shadowheart slash Halcyon Stars is incredibly traumatized dude, so I feel like his romance works best with monogamy. Yeah, that has been my understanding of Hysterion too, from what I know about his story and origin. So he'd loathe to admit it, probably. Yeah, poor guy. Which he'd hate to hear from me. That much I do know about him. I know of the comforting hug scene, and that's very sweet. I do like those kinds of character moments. Where they let their guard slip a little bit. Fascinating how you draw the joints jutting out a little. Yeah, the knuckles. Just like a little bit of volume, because if you were to... I'm holding up my left hand into a fist right now. Facing. So, I got my knuckle here. And that's round. And then the bone for my finger is... This is very exaggerated right now. Like it's more like this. But there is a curve that way. And a little bit there, and then that. My knuckle sticks out further than my finger at the angle that I'm holding it. If you have lean hands, you have knuckles, and I do have lean hands. I had to cut my nails yesterday. Because they were getting too long to hold on to weights comfortably without digging into my own flesh. I like having long, fancy nails. I also like having polished nails, but you know, it takes fucking forever for that shit to dry. I need to have them at the right length with enough time to just polish them and sit down and do fuck all. Like literally nothing. I gotta keep my nails trimmed for other reasons. And I've taken a photo a while back of my hand after probably preacher curls. And yep, that sure is those little stripes in my hand of my own nails digging into the fleshy pad of my thumb. It's just not very comfortable. You've romanced anyone but Minthera, but that's mostly because she was only accessible for evil playthroughs for the majority of your playtime. Simplified my hands a lot just to be better at drawing them, so they rarely have the third joint on the finger. Yeah, I rarely do it too, but for this one, it felt appropriate. I looked at the photo I'd taken of me posing, and I noticed very much so that that first finger knuckle is just a little bit above the thumb, and then that second knuckle is very nicely just beneath the thumb. And then you have that little digit sticking out. It just makes for a nicer shape in this situation. Because usually you have that in my blurbo drawing. I'm gonna grab it. I'm gonna fucking grab it. Here. Here's the two-parter. Here it's just that digit and then that digit, and that's just simplified. It's just also because like he's kind of pressing down with his fingy tips, so it kind of creates that curve and makes it look like it's two pieces. Or could make it look like they curve in the same direction as opposed to like this finger digit curving in the other direction. Those are the things I think about. At least now it's easier to type too. It's a little bit, you know. Especially on the phone. I was leaving some like stripes on my phone screen while playing Pokemon Go with the nails still long yesterday. Not permanent scratches, but like, you know, the smudgy little scratch that you can just wipe off. I sometimes see people in the gym with super long acrylic nails, and I'm just like, how do you... How? Are you not bothered by your own nails digging into your skin like that? If they do, like, exercises that require them to grip onto stuff, which is a lot of exercises, not all of them. Like your seated leg curls and such, they won't, unless you, well, maybe when you hold on to the seat that you're on, there may be a chance of digging finger in nail. Oh, I've had to reduce my weight on my seated leg curl. I was doing okay-ish at 35, and all of a sudden it's like, no. No, you're going back to 32, and you're gonna struggle at 32 and a half. You could try fingerless gloves. I have a pair of fingerless gloves. I don't wear them as much anymore because I used to only wear them for, deadlift. The Romanian deadlift. And it had more to do with protecting the little bit of skin at the palm of your hand near your fingers. So like you got your fingers here. Like this bit of skin, this area, that would like really fold in on itself when holding on to my barbell with like 60 kilogram total I do now. I think I can move on to 62 and a half. But yeah, that discomfort would fuck up my ability to concentrate on the movement. So I started wearing the little fingerless gloves. But these days, I've had to resort to lifting straps already because my left wrist just gives out way too quickly. Which sucks. It's just a weird weakness going on in there right now, and it's been like that for a few months. I've gone to a specialist to get it checked out, but she couldn't feel anything. There's just a weird instability somewhere at the minute, and I'm very careful with it. But I still want to improve on my deadlift, so lifting straps it is already. You doing good though? I try to. Keep up the good work. Like, thank you, Wallace. Appreciate you popping in here with the good luck wishes when you do. Good luck to you too, whatever it is you may be doing. to avoid calluses, yeah. I still have a little bit of callus stuff going on. I've definitely got tougher skin still on that same area that I was trying to protect with the fingerless gloves. That's fine. Speaking of fine, Lady Vignette, the finest of them all. Hi, girly wig. Hi, Spam-a-lammy. Hi, Noom. Have at thee respectfully. Yay. How y'all doing? How is your stream, V? How's the Nosferatu looking? Artax? Artax? Hey, V, Artax? Can't fucking stress this enough. Artax! Howdy, Raiders. How y'all doing? Hope y'all had a good time over at V's. I am nearing done a finer version of a sketch commission for someone in chat right now. I've recently opened up commissions on VGen. This is a character illustration half-body commission. I'm just like tidying up my scribbles, all the red. Like, it's just this arm left and like a booby line, and then I'm done. And maybe this tail I'll include as well. There's a suspicious lack of V and art tax. There he is. In your DMs? Lady Vignette's letting you into my DMs on a Monday? With a whamper? God, what a truly blessed Monday. Behold, Whamper V! This looking fucking cool. Look at these hands. Look at these knuckles. That's gonna be so interesting to see this rigged, V. I can't fucking wait. Hell yeah, girly wig. Getting ready for Halloween. I would love to make a Halloweeny Life 2D model. You're rigging Wednesday. Oh shit, this is already rigged ready? Holy tits. Holy fuck. Well, you know what that means. You stream in the evening on Wednesdays, right? So maybe I could try to be live for a little hour longer. Because you usually start your streams at 7 my time, I think. And I usually end at 6, but what if I just go an hour longer? And return the favor of what you just did. Mwah. Yeah. We shall see. I need to remember. What can help me make this mental note or delay an hour? What if just more stream? I've got stuff to doodle. Speaking of stuff to doodle, I think now is also a good time for the follower goal art giveaway. Hey, I reached the follower goal art while I was off stream yesterday. And lately I've been doing every 100 follows, I do a random giveaway for any random person in chat right now who also happens to be following me for a sketch. So, a little bit less tidy as this one. Though I have done the other ones as tidy as this in the past, but I gotta pick up the pace. And focus on other stuff too. But if you would like a chance. Sketch redeem times? Yes, it is. Let me make sure everything is good to go. And that the list is empty from the last time. It should be. Which? Yes, it is. Alright, anyone who wants to have a chance, gotta follow me, first of all. And secondly, exclamation mark, giveaway. All in one word. For a chance. Ta's done it, even though Ta's getting a commission from me right now. Nikaspot's done it, Splutus done it, Darkbolt's done it. Everyone's doing it. Invistobius, Tiveticus, Spam-a-lammy was being given away an art. An art from me for free. First come, first serve? Nope. Completely random. Jazz has done it. Draco. I may remove your name because you won the last one. Give other people a chance. I'm vetoing your your command, sorry. Feel free to. I will, I'm sorry. Hi, Tyrannosaurus, welcome in. Happy giveaway. You have a ref ready? Yes. Please think of what you would like from me in the time that's still available to you if you happen to win this little giveaway. I still have this commission to work on and another one before I can get to the giveaway drawing. Could still happen this week. But the sooner you could let me know what you would like from me, the better. For both of us. Ideally still on this stream for convenience. If you have any refs to send, I can save them. Have to think of something? Oh no. Uh-huh. Yeah. You thought, but then you didn't. Oh. Now what? I will also be checking if you follow. Has everyone done exclamation mark giveaway? Who wants them? Wait, where do we send to? If you're still here in chat and you know what you want, you can just link it here in chat. You have an idea! You have a rough idea? Settle bit after the last giveaway? Oh. Do you have an idea? So if I win, I will be ready? Alright. And it will just be a drawing. Sketchy, no color. Something I can hopefully whip out within a stream. It has to be something I've got somewhere posted. If you don't have a picture readily available, you could just quickly upload it somewhere to like a private Discord server or Imgur. I will save the picture into a folder where I keep follower goal stuff. Spoiler fluffy boys. Ooh, mini limb. If I win, I will be amazed if it took a whole stream. I mean, ready to send. Guess I will enter in the command to reveal the completely randomized winner. Or at least it should. Final chance to exclamation mark giveaway if you haven't yet. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Enter! It has to be safe for work. Should have said that in the beginning. It's not specifically a jab at you. The fuck do you want, Ender? Oh no, I don't like the maniacal laughter in chat. Coming from Ender. Why me? Because you did exclamation mark giveaway. Hey, if you don't want it, I'll just re-roll. There's a couple other people who entered exclamation mark giveaway. And know what they want. You go think about that. I mean, it has to be safe for work. Listen, I gotta be able to stream the drawing. Do you have an idea? I will contact you in Discord. Yeah, sure thing. You have the convenience of being in the Discord! Exclamation mark Discord. So I do work with the validation system in order to actually get chatty in there to protect people from spammers in my server as much as I can. And also, hey, if you don't like the vibes in here, why would you want to vibe in the community Discord? Speedstar, hello! I love that it puts the name huge in the normal ass font. Yeah, sorry. Was it like Arial, I think? What, you want me to make it Comic Sans? So it's like, yay, there's a winner, but oh god, there's a gigantic Comic Sans thing on the screen and it's potentially your name. Oh guys, I've saved other stuff in my dudes folder. Gotta clean up. Dudes folder? There will be another giveaway at the 2400 goal, which is a little ways away. Better papyrus? Wingding, so it will be a mystery to us all. We gotta decipher who. Well, no, actually, it says in chat also who the winner is. You know, each OC has their own folder, but I've saved this background piece in there, so it's just gotten cluttered. Music request, Inochi Michikashi Hasake Otome from Super Robot Wars. Why? I'll check it out. Still haven't gone through the list. I need to make highlights tonight in the evenings. So there's good news and bad news about that. The good news is, there wasn't that much clippable stuff last week. The bad news is there wasn't much clippable stuff last week. Ooh. For the shorts that we be doing. And by we, I mean me. Hell, even the short that's gonna go up in a little bit is a little mid. I just didn't want to overthink what clip I would grab that I hadn't turned into a short yet. I wanted something short that wouldn't take too much time to edit. It's only like 14 seconds. I'm sure the cup size talk will be a hit. I mean, at least it's informative! I don't know if I hit highlight or bookmark on that topic though. I probably should. Maybe. I may have hit bookmark. I've hit it a couple times this stream. So sometimes I hit it and then in hindsight I'm like, I don't know if this makes for a good clip. Thank you for resubscribing for 42 months. That's a lot of months. How you doing, Ed? Welcome in. Thank you so much. Howdy, howdy. I think the last thing remaining. It's just a little tail. But no visible bot on this commission though. For spooky ass. Invisible to us all. If Ed is everywhere, is he in my house? Not just in your house. Don't want little lines. Yeah, just a little bit for the texture and flow suggestion. Oh my god, there's so many fucking layers! Because I'm a fucking precious doodler. But hey, look! I may trim the hair a little bit, actually. So significantly thicker lines than the rest of the body. So we're gonna go in and sculpt it out a little bit. In my walls! And in your hallway. What do you think I was gonna say? Something that rhymes with walls? Nothing rhymes with walls, though. Oh, great. Now he might be my butt cheeks. And all our butt cheeks, comrade. Ah, awful. In your dolls. There you go. What a wild statement to come out of disassociation too. Welcome back from dissociation. Hope you had a okay time. Welcome back. Interesting turn in the conversation here. It's all someone's fault. I'm not naming names. Ben. I blame Renee. Yeah, I guess I'm spending all stream on this. I will have to do some of the thumbnails for Weeb tomorrow off stream, and hopefully have something to work on for him for on Wednesday. Otherwise, it's just gonna be the giveaway thing, I suppose. Weeb's requested emote is going to be very interesting to animate. He had a very cool idea. It'll be very fun to realize. See, there's your safe for work short for YouTube. Thank you. Now, if TikTok will still think it's safe enough for its community guidelines, though it was fine with the short I made about barbecue sauce on my Vine quote. Not even age restricted. Take the night Curzec saying the world she could draw a chord, yeah. And both Instagram and YouTube have been completely fine with that same short. No issue whatsoever. Coloring should be done pretty swiftly, Taw. So this will be done Wednesday. I'm just polishing up the line weight everywhere. keep that kind of consistent. Even though it is supposed to be a sketchy-ish look to the lines. I would probably do well to spend a little bit less time making it neat and tidy. You know, financially speaking. But I just feel like doing it like this for now. Man, I love corn. What they got against the cob? I know! Just the mention of healthy corn? TikTok is like, oh! Also, people should follow Curzec on YouTube. Her shorts are a wonderful thing to pop up in the doom scroll times. Aw, Nico Spot, that's so fucking nice of you to say. Thank you. Yeah, I post shorts 3 times a week, right now at least, to YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So days that I stream. They go up after stream ends. I recently hit 1,300 subs on YouTube, yay! The last short seemed to have done okay. On YouTube at least. It's very consistent what does well on which platform. Something can absolutely bomb on TikTok and just be like, Instagram loves this fucking shit. Relatively. Though Instagram tends to be kind of meh. For the most part. I think I can live with this line weight. The corn bone. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can just, you know, I can do a little command for the YouTube link. Teehee. I've got a link for TikTok somewhere else. Let's just compare to like thumbnail and such. We went from this to this. I may bring back some of this hair fun, actually. I like how this goes up. Lost some energy in the sauce in the process. The eyes were always going to be obscured though with the fringe. Looks more energetic. It was always going to be that. Amazing work, thank you. Thank you for entrusting your character with me. I'm gonna quickly grab that layer. Transform mesh. Just a little bit more fun. A little bit of a curve. Yeah, I like that more. Well, on the upside, maybe this F-cup feeling is good practice. We're just talking cup sizes, nothing inherently naughty. It's educational. I think I've tidied up the sketch just in time for me to end stream. I know the Lady Vignette Raiders weren't here very long, but I gotta go. I gotta scoot. I've got to eat. And then I've got to make highlights. Who missed his life? Picat's going at it at Silk Song. Tuned into her stream. Yesterday, she was struggling with a certain part that looked very tough. And she insists on keeping it tough for herself because she missed an upgrade and she doesn't want to let go of the challenge being presented to her at the moment it was. More stream on Wednesday? Yep, sure is. Same time and everything. No, I was looking at someone to raid and it looks like they are about to raid out themselves. There's someone live also who I haven't raided before, and she's doing some live 2D rigging. Wait for ads to finish. Thanks for streaming the apps, had fun and learned things again. Yeah, very, very glad to talk and yap and share what fucking itty bitty tiny ass knowledge I have. Thank you for your time. Thank you for commissioning me. I'll wrap it up on Monday. Not Monday, Wednesday. Well, today's Monday. Clearly I gotta go. And I'll do it again. Okay. Yeah, let's go say hi to someone new. They are very much a yapper. They're very good at constantly keeping their flow of thought audible for everyone. Got a lot of rigging experience in live 2D. From the looks of it, I've followed them for a while. I don't often tune into their streams, but they got good stuff going visually. We're going to rate someone by the name of Q-On. They're rigging some mechanical teddy bear right now for someone. All kinds of gears going on in them. And considering y'all just came from Lady Vignettes who was working on a rig, so I think this is a good call to make. Sent you a rough idea? Alright, I'll check it out. I'm gonna check out. Ha. I'm gonna check the fuck out of here. Thank y'all for hanging. Thank y'all for chatting along. Thank y'all for the nice words and hope we all learned things today. Bye-bye, eat well. I'll try. Cucumber consume. And other stuff. There may or may not be more pumpkin. Just fucking... what a hack. What a great hack. I'll be back Wednesday. Hope y'all have a good remainder of your Monday and a good Tuesday. Until next time, take care, stay safe, and wash your hands. Bye-bye!